Good morning. I see that someone has joined the meet with the last name Bambino. Just looking for you to identify yourself as I don't have you on my list of approved speakers.
Oh, sorry, I had my microphone muted. It's Lilith Lane.
Excellent. Thank you. And are you okay with the way your screen name shows up there?
If you're able to change it, you could change it to Lilith Lane, just to make it clear.
I unfortunately cannot change it, but in your Google settings, you should be able to. Just looking for you to identify yourself as I don't have you on my list of approved speakers.
Sorry, was that a duplicate?
It was. We're just going to figure that out here. One moment.
Sorry, I had my microphone muted. It's Lilith Lane.
Excellent. Thank you. And are you okay with the way your screen name shows up there? Someone on the meet might have the live stream playing in the background. If you could please close
that was me.
Thank you.
got a few minutes. Good morning, everyone, and we'll call the meeting of the Urban Planning Committee for August 10th, 2021 to order. I am joined this morning, my name is Bev Esslinger, I'm the chair of this committee. I'm joined this morning by Councillor Katarina and Councillor Henderson. I could see them in the flesh, no need for attendance, and Mayor Iveson, who's also on this committee. So I'll just check to see if there's anyone else present. I think Councillor McKean. I'm not sure if anyone else is joining us this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Esslinger.
Good morning, Councillor Knack. I don't hear anyone else, but you're always welcome. So the first item of business, I just first of all want to acknowledge that we are in Treaty 6 territory, and the rules of respect continue throughout this meeting. We will now move to the adoption of the agenda. I'll go to Councillor Katarina.
I'll move the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any changes, additions? I don't see any. Then please vote on the agenda. Do we have all the votes?
They're
One
waiting
moment.
I think they're waiting for mine still.
While you're doing that,
here we go.
Councillor Banga is on the committee and he will join us after an appointment.
We're just waiting for Councillors Katarina and Mayor Iveson's votes.
Yes for me, please.
You should have mine now.
Perfect, we do. Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And now approval of the meeting minutes. Councillor Henderson
Happy to move to the meeting minutes.
from June 29th, 2021.
Yep.
Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes.
And display the vote, please. And that too is carried. Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any protocol items. So we will move on to selection of items for debate.
So,
Councillor Henderson, is that
well,
you?
we have speakers on 6-2, so I will select 6-2. I think we should select the two items from the Transit Advisory Board because they'd like to speak to us as well. So that's 6-3 and 6-4.
Thank you. And I will select 6-5. It was my original inquiry, so I have a couple questions. Seeing no one else on the board, Councillor Katarina, do you want to move the remaining one item?
I'll move the balance of the items, 6.1 and
Thank you.
6.1. Yep.
Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina, and we're just waiting on one more vote. We have all the votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried. Madam Clerk, will you just confirm what we've done this morning?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, Urban Planning Committee has passed the recommendation of the following report without debate. Item 6.1, Cannabis Retail Store Fee Structure.
Thank you very much. That's what I have as well. And now, items request to speak. Councillor Henderson, would you go through the request to speak,
Yes,
please?
absolutely. Did we want to do that time specific first?
Whoops.
Okay,
After.
no, that's right after. Sorry,
Okay.
my mistake. Yes, so I will move that we hear from Brent Newman from Sobeys and Safeway, Yvonne Martinez from the Alberta Liquor Store Association, Lilith Lane, Angela Sumka from Alberta Sex Positive Education and Community Center, Christy Kasur, I'm hoping I'm saying that name right, Gabrielle Baptiste, Roxy Red, Mona Foria, and Lilith Answers from Answer Society 2020.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from speakers and panels.
We're just waiting on one more vote.
Mine is still spinning, so I'm a yes.
Perfect, thank you, we have all the votes.
And display the vote. And that is carried. Now we have a request for a time specific.
I will
Councillor
move that we,
Henderson?
the time specific that the two items 6.3 and 6.4 be time specific, first and second at 1:30. Well, I think probably we can hear them together.
Okay. So for hearing the
So the, that's the
and
Edmonton Transit
response.
Advisory Board.
Yeah, at 1:30. Please vote.
And I can see that you're in the right place, but we're just waiting for your vote, Madam Chair.
It's a yes.
Thank you.
And display the vote, and that is carried. I haven't been aware of any councillor inquiries. So we'll begin with item 6.2. And we do have a number of speakers, so I'm just going to do this preamble at this point. We're going to hear from administration, their presentation, and then we are going to hear from speakers. For each item, after the presentation of the administration, speakers will be heard in panels. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. The clerk will run the official timer in council chambers. The timer lights on the podium will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you are participating virtually, you may wish to use the timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you are participating virtually, please refrain from using the chat function in Google Meet, as it creates issues of decorum and may provide you with an unfair advantage. Additionally, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you are experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information that was provided in your confirmation of registration or city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, welcome. The clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. In the event of emergency, please follow the clerk's direction. To evacuate, calmly exit using the lower level doors to my left and right. Make your way down the stairs to the main floor and exit the building into the North Breezeway. City staff will direct you to your muster point. So I'm going to do a quick roll call of our speakers, and then we'll start with the administration. If you're here, just please say good morning, acknowledge that you are here with us. Brent Newman.
Good morning.
Yvonne Martinez.
Good morning.
Lilith Lane.
Good morning.
Good morning. Angel Sumka. Angel? Madam Clerk, has she checked in?
They have not checked in yet.
Okay. Christy Cassur is here in person. Please wave so I can see you. There you are. Gabrielle Batiste for answers, looks like in person. There you are. Roxy Red. Are you with us this morning, Roxy?
They have not checked in yet.
Okay. Mona Fourier.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Lilith Answers.
Hello.
Hello, I have two Liliths. All right. So let's begin right now. Everybody on mute to our administration. Please begin.
Good morning. I'm pleased to introduce the proposed new business license bylaw, Bylaw 20002, which is ready for 3 readings. The proposed new business license bylaw represents one of the elements to advance streamlining and simplifying the city's permitting, licensing, and regulatory processes, and reducing red tape to ensure all people and businesses have access to opportunities to thrive, create, and prosper. With me here today is the team from Development Services, Law, as well as Edmonton Police Service. I will pass it to YZ Ramirez, General Supervisor, who will provide a short presentation.
Good morning. This new bylaw will replace the current business license bylaw, which has become less effective as the business environment has changed since it was introduced 19 years ago. The proposed bylaw before you was guided by 3 objectives: to remove unnecessary barriers for businesses and enhance service efficiency, to support faster licensing decisions when new types of businesses emerge, and to improve alignment with regulatory partners and ensure a more timely and effective response to compliance issues. The proposed bylaw builds a foundation to be responsive to the changing needs of Edmonton's unique business environment and entrepreneurial spirit. Our incredible team has spent an enormous amount of time and energy engaging with internal and external stakeholders, resulting in equitable and balanced regulations. Next slide, please. In 2018, administration began the process of developing a new business license bylaw based on best practice research, engagement with businesses and business associations, and consultation with regulatory partners. In 2019, administration provided the first progress report to the Urban Planning Committee, outlining 23 recommendations for the general framework and fee structure of the new bylaw. Some very exciting enhancements, including a 2-year license option, a simplified fee schedule, a lower renewal fee, normalizing cannabis fees, improvements to enforcement tools, and provisions for responding to new and emerging businesses. In October of 2020, administration provided 35 more recommendations to Executive Committee, this time with emphasis on licensing requirements for specific types of businesses and industries. Business types such as drinking establishments, massage, secondhand stores have additional regulations and recommendations, and updates increase the representation and balance of regulatory demands on these businesses. Next slide, please. Bylaw 20002 was drafted based on these recommendations, along with comprehensive legal analysis and further engagement with regulatory partners and the business community on the clarity and structure of the document. There are many exciting changes. However, a few highlights of the new bylaw include removing unnecessary barriers for businesses by making the bylaw clear and easy to navigate, establishing a new simplified fee schedule that is more predictable, and offering the convenience of a 2-year license option, supporting faster licensing decisions by updating business categories to reflect the types of businesses operating today and adapting to new and emerging business types and businesses. Finally, it also improves alignment with regulatory partners by strengthening enforcement tools, aligning operational plan requirements with bylaw requirements, and seamlessly addressing provincial licensing requirements through the business licensing process. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Thank you. Bylaw 20002 includes regulatory changes and service improvements that advance the city plan outcome of fostering a vibrant economy by supporting businesses and attracting skills, talent, and investment. It is one of the initiatives leveraged by the Economic Action Plan to reduce red tape and support new and established businesses and entrepreneurs. While the proposed bylaw reduces many barriers and improves licensing equity for businesses, administration will continue to apply a continuous improvement mindset to the development of policies and business processes, incorporating GBA plus analysis to address the needs of underrepresented stakeholders, and incorporating new ongoing review and maintenance of the bylaw in the business license annual work plan. The Edmonton Police Service has identified there is a significant rise in violent liquor store thefts across the city. Information on the issue is described in Attachment 4. Administration is committed to working with Edmonton Police Service and Edmonton Police Commission to engage with industry, patrons, stakeholders to share perspectives and apply a GBA plus lens to potential solutions. We will return to a future committee meeting with an approach to address the issue that supports a safe and vibrant city. Our partners from Edmonton Police Service are also here with us today to answer any questions. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. The proposed business license bylaw fee schedule will result in an estimated $1.4 million decrease in annual revenue upon implementation. The impacts of these updates on the 2022 budget will be incorporated in the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. Administration is proposing that bylaw 2002 take effect on January 17, 2022 to allow sufficient time to make the necessary operational adjustments, including developing policies, procedures, and online resources, updating business technology, training staff, informing businesses of upcoming changes, and updating existing business licenses. To ensure a smooth transition, administration has completed implementation planning and taken measures to prepare for this work. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation, and we'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will now hear from the speakers, each speaker having 5 minutes, and following the speakers, we'll ask questions of the speakers. Following the speakers, we will go back to administration for questions. So the first one we have is Mr. Brent Newman. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Brent Newman. I'm the Vice President of Liquor for Sobeys and Safeway, and really appreciate the opportunity to be here addressing you virtually today. Theft is a concern at retail liquor stores, and it's not just about product and profits. It is about teammate and customer safety. At Sobeys and Safeway, we have and continue to invest in loss prevention and safety measures. Numerous measures that match each store's size, location, and situation. Things like having multiple employees on shift. We offer training for proactive service and loss prevention. Utilize cameras inside and outside of our stores. Have electronic article surveillance, the thing that needs to be demagnetized when the product goes through the till, so it won't set off the alarm. Security caps, as well as additional security personnel when it is needed. The ID scan technology that is in place at some select high theft stores in Edmonton can be an option for any retailer and should be an option if it fits their particular situation, but not something that should be mandated for all liquor stores across the city. The liquor industry in Edmonton has a huge variety of formats, sizes, and models. Some have highly personalized one-to-one selling, like a wine boutique or a small store that specializes in local craft beers. Others have one employee behind the till in more of a low service, low price model. And potentially those are more at risk. But these different stores with different business models experience different risks. And so the city shouldn't force all stores to adapt the high-risk discount store model at all locations. It starts to ask the question about farmers markets that are able to sell craft beer and wouldn't be able to have an ID-controlled scan. Restaurants that now regularly and permanently sell liquor with food for takeaway and delivery. There are concerns that we have with ID scan that it would not eliminate the threat of thefts and gang-related thefts at liquor store and potential violence. By design, the ID scan will keep the thieves out of the store right at the entrance where the ID is scanned, putting customers entering the store at greater risk and greater position to be between the thieves and the liquor they're looking to steal. Or because it's Edmonton, people are just going to hold the door open behind them because that's the polite thing to do. We can't just think about the thieves when looking at these kind of situations, as there'll be significant impact to law-abiding Edmontonian adults wanting to shop and buy legal alcohol products. I think of my grandma on 4 o'clock afternoon in January. It's -20, it's dark already. And the ID scan that's designed to keep the thieves out of a liquor store will be right where she has to open her purse, take out her wallet, remove her ID, have her cash and credit cards all exposed to be able to gain access, technically putting her at risk as the thieves would look to enter when somebody else scans their ID. But they wouldn't have to push my grandmother out of the way because she'd probably just hold the door open for them behind. My grandfather's 92. He doesn't drive and he doesn't travel, so he doesn't carry ID and would not legally be allowed to purchase beer anymore in the city of Edmonton under these proposal. On a personal note, over the last 18 months, citizens have been asked by municipal, provincial, and federal governments, health authorities, and experts to sacrifice some of their civil liberties because of the worldwide pandemic that we've been dealing with. And it was critical to protect our healthcare system and our frontline healthcare workers. But now as things start to open up and we have vaccine acceptance and things start to return to more of a normal, to build on that by further restricting law-abiding citizens, making them prove their identity and take a scan of their legal personal information just to enter into a store to buy beer or to buy a bottle of wine seems like a drastic step, and one being done in the wrong direction when there are other options available to help control liquor thefts and to help keep people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. And now we'll go hear from Yvonne Martinez. Please, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members for listening to me this morning. I would like to begin by sincerely thanking the EPS and especially Constable Davis on their efforts to curb liquor store thefts. ALSA has been working with Constable Davis for several years now, and we are in support of his hard work and the EPS's hard work in trying to find solutions that address all aspects of these crimes. ALSA supports stores who choose to install these scanning devices. However, the association is against making the system mandatory for everybody. ALSA was created almost 30 years ago to represent and advocate all independent liquor stores in Alberta, not just the large chains with infinite funds. It is the independent stores that would be negatively impacted by these proposed amendments. And you should know that 70% of all liquor stores in Alberta are family-owned and operated mom-and-pop operations. These are the stores that would be affected the most, as they don't have the means of, say, a conglomerate chain to install these devices whenever they wanted to. In Winnipeg, I know that all the stores are owned and operated by the government. They have installed these systems in their stores, but then the government pay for it. So we would wonder if the government is willing to pay for the installation of these for the liquor stores here in Edmonton. And the answer is likely no. And so this would then put the onus on the owners to spend money on something that they don't want. You should know that only 4 stores in Edmonton have installed these ID scanning devices, and they all belong to the same chain. Edmonton has about 300 liquor stores, and also would submit to you that the statistics from 4 liquor stores during the pandemic is not sufficient to amend a bylaw for all stores in the city. EPS unfortunately doesn't have the statistic as to whether the crime moved to other stores, other communities, or other sectors of retail, such as pharmacies. The majority of liquor stores in Edmonton have spent on security devices, cameras, training, and are satisfied with their investment. The mandatory amendment is asking for the use of a single system, which would again cause some concerns for the association. There's nothing stopping liquor retailers at the moment from installing these ID devices if they wanted to. But as I said, only 4 stores from the same chain have opted to put them in. The specific chain that conducted the pilot program in 4 of their stores has approximately 160 stores. And our members wonder why they haven't installed ID scanning devices in all of their stores. It is our understanding that the stores being hit the most are the ones from this chain. The money necessary for all liquor stores to get this ID system would be better spent, in our opinion, on EPS to ensure that they have the resources that they need to handle calls on thefts and robberies. We're still waiting for the Privacy Commissioner to rule on the ID scanning compliance, and the association continues to be concerned about the privacy of the public. It is also our understanding that the Ministry of Justice does not support this specific item as put forward by administration. Making these ID scanning devices mandatory would discriminate against those who don't have driver's licenses. Liquor is a legal product, and you shouldn't be stopped just because you don't have a driver's license. To Mr. Brent Newman's point, I spoke to someone this weekend whose brother is legally blind, and he was denied access to one of these stores because he didn't have an ID that he could scan in the system. So I think that's just the beginning of what we might see if this goes to all of stores. We would also think that this is the beginning of a slippery slope. Convenience stores want to carry liquor. 2 deaths have occurred at convenience stores as a result of crime in the last 15 years. And would they be asked to have these scanning devices installed into their stores? How about pharmacies? How about cannabis stores? It just becomes a slippery slope. And we feel that at the moment, our stores are respectful of the community that they work and live in, use safe manner to serve the public, and we are compliant in every single way when it comes to security issues. ALSA's position is that the scanning devices are not the silver bullet answer that will solve crime in liquor stores.
Time's up.
Scanning devices, is that my time up?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just finish by saying my scanning devices would only displace crime. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was a new timer. I hadn't heard that one. We'll now go to Lilith Lane.
Hi, Council. Thanks for having me here today. I'd like to... Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'd like to speak to the business license bylaw, page 21, number 38, under the Body Rub Center regulations. Item B specifically says, keep a list of that it is deemed a condition of the Body Rub Center business category that the licensee must keep a list of all persons employed or conducting business on the premises, including the full name of each person, the birth date of each person, any pseudonym or aliases of the person, telephone number, and current license number. I'm actually a Body Rub Center owner, and I'd like to say that it's unnecessary to require center owners to include the full name, the birth date, and the phone number for each person. The only thing that's really required for us is the pseudonym and the license number. I feel that including such personal details as a requirement opens up the Body Rub Center workers to exploitation, possibly extortion, and exposure. This list being kept in the studio, subjects them to perhaps unscrupulous business owners. If the studio was broken into and that list was made accessible, that would be a problem. It's just an unnecessary requirement that exposes them to more risk than is necessary. The other point that I'd like to speak to is on the license renewal mailouts for adult services. Currently, if I get a piece of mail for my license renewal, it lists my business name. I mean, Lilith Lane is my alias, so it lists, my real name and then AKA my business name, which is a problem. My mailman doesn't need to know what I do, and anyone who has access to that mail, if my mail goes to my neighbors, they don't need to see what I'm doing. So I would propose that for adult businesses that the business name is not included on the mailouts. And I would also propose that there's an option for email notifications for renewals, which I don't believe is a thing right now. I think moving to an email option for renewal notifications would offer more privacy to business owners. It would reduce the environmental impact. of mailouts, and it would potentially reduce costs for the city. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I think I saw Angel Sumka is here now. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I really appreciate Lilith's mention of the risk and exposure for both sex workers and adult business owners. And I'm also speaking as to the body rub center regulations that are being proposed. I noticed that those changes really require all that personal information to be collected by the businesses. And I'm wondering how the city is going to ensure that the identity and personal information of sex workers will be protected once this information is being gathered by their workplaces. As I'm sure I don't need to explain to you, there's a lot of stigma and vulnerability for sex workers, and protecting their personal information using work names is pretty standard in order to keep themselves as safe as possible. Currently, our licensing goes through the city, and they only have to give their work name and license number to the spas for that reason. Like, that is why that was set up that way. So how is the city going to ensure that the identity and personal information of sex workers is being protected once that information is collected by spas? And who's going to be covering the costs of that? Because if the city isn't covering the cost of the technology and the training and the insurance that would have to go in place in order to collect and store that information, then those costs are going to be transferred to the sex workers themselves in the way that trickle-down economics, of course, works. And what kind of resources are going to be available to sex workers if their information is stolen or hacked or used inappropriately? In our society, there's already so much stigma around consensual sex work, and there's a lot of disenfranchised folks who are at huge risk for more complications in their personal life, safety risks, and all of that if their information was to get out there. So I know that's not 5 minutes, but that's my piece there.
Thank you. You're always welcome to go less than 5 minutes, so no worries. Thank you very much. And the next speaker we have is in person, Christy Cassier. You can go to the podium. Are you at a place? Okay, they're at a microphone. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Christy Causer, and I've been a practicing massage therapist for 24 years. I've been qualified as an expert witness in the Alberta Provincial Courts as a subject matter expert on the massage profession in Alberta. I'm here today to advise Council to be cautious about moving forward and adopting the proposed bylaws without understanding the risks and consequences of making a wrong decision. I recommend tabling the Body Rub Centre and Adult Entertainment bylaws for 180 days to allow Council a break for a full discussion to reconsider making a clear distinction between the massage industry and the sex industry, and a due diligence review. The 180-day break will allow time to determine whether the upcoming Provincial Human Trafficking Task Force report might provide recommendations which would be useful to Council's deliberations and to avoid potentially being held liable under provincial and federal law, and to ensure the bylaws are designed with a focus to stop human trafficking, which is undoubtedly one of the most serious of crimes to humanity. Potential victimization of those at risk or being trafficked, massage practitioners who do not provide sexual services, and harm to the public need to also be taken into serious consideration to ensure preventative protocols are in place before approving the bylaws. In the letter I submitted for the public record in this meeting, I presented in detail 2 options how to separate the sex industry from the massage industry. The first option is to create enforceable bylaws and not be seen as abiding by illegal activity under federal laws. The act of licensing businesses engaged in illegal activity that contravenes the criminal code and knowingly licensing these businesses may open the City of Edmonton and City Council to liabilities. Newmarket, Ontario City Council has recognized these issues and risks and now has banned commercial storefront sex businesses. The second option is to define and license body rub parlors what they really are: brothels, body houses, parlor brothels, or red light houses, to avoid public confusion and not conflate or associate brothels and body rub parlors with the massage industry. This option also appears to align with the sex industry position according to a sex worker advocacy group called Answers. In my letter, I explain in detail that if the core of a business consists of transactions exchanging sex for money, then it is an illegal business. providing licenses to illegal businesses is a violation of the federal statute and something that Newmarket City Council in Ontario recognized in their recent bylaw and regulation amendments. It's important that all levels of government coordinate their laws and work together, or it can create potential loopholes that can be exploited. Previous studies and testimonies have shown a link between body rub parlors and human trafficking in our city. Victims who have been trafficked, like April Eve, and as a result of being associated with body rub parlors, requires city councilors to be more attentive to the licensing and enforcement process. Because of April Eve's bravery and courage, this council can avoid the same tragedy from occurring to, as she puts it, other April Eves. Conflating and intertwining the massage industry with the sex industry through the licensing of body rub parlors increases the risk of harm to massage therapists in the workplace. No other organization would ignore a 48 to 75% sexual harassment rate, yet the proposed bylaws have done just that. I've personally experienced been sexually assaulted, sexually harassed, and propositioned for years when I operated my own massage business in Edmonton. I'm concerned that the younger a woman is when entering the profession, the more vulnerable they are to such situations. The City of Edmonton's own Body Rub Center licensing research report substantiates that sexual activity occurs in these businesses, not massage therapy. They are brothels and are part of the sex industry, not the massage industry, and should be defined and licensed accordingly. The proposed bylaw differentiates massage practitioners and sex workers by using the word accredited. The city's use of the word accredited does not change the laws in a meaningful way. Imagine making a distinction between a doctor and an accredited doctor, or a physiotherapist and an accredited physiotherapist. The only difference apparently is that the non-accredited one will sell you sex. That is the differentiation being made in the bylaws between massage practitioners and sex workers. Making a decision for the safety of and significantly increasing the risk for massage therapists has made it an important public issue. Even though the provision of sexual services is risky, it is a violation of the Charter Rights and Freedoms for Canadian law to make a risky profession more risky, which is what the Body Rub licensing provisions as proposed would do to massage therapists. To conclude, a clear line needs to be drawn between the massage industry and the commercial sex industry. I advise caution adopting the bylaws as presented and recommend that the City of Edmonton table the proposed bylaws for a 180-day due diligence review in the best interest of safety and well-being for the whole community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Gabrielle Baptiste.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I welcome the speakers, in particular the individuals coming forward to share their experiences and stories. I'm here today as a board member of Answers, the first registered not-for-profit in Alberta to be run by sex workers for sex workers. I am also here as a city council candidate for Ward O'Damon, where some of the most vulnerable people in our entire city live and where they try to earn a living. I am also here as a lawyer with 25 years of experience, the last 5 of which have been including drafting municipal bylaws. And finally, I stand before you as a woman who has complete control over her body and must be allowed the right to determine how to use it. And sadly, women who make choices to use their bodies in certain ways require extra protection because they've exercised that choice. Last time I came before members of this council was at the September 30, 2020 Community Services Committee meeting to discuss the obvious bias against body rub studios and sex workers that exists in all levels of society, to fight against the perception that shutting down body rub studios will somehow stop someone from paying for sex. Council took to heart the lived experience of so many that came forward that day, including organizations supporting sex workers and sex work as work, and that those people have intrinsic value in our economy and our lives. And we thank all of Council for listening and acting to prevent the closure of those studios. Therefore, it's hard to understand why we're here again to discuss bias and discrimination against sex workers in the sex worker industry in general. And to make no mistake, that's exactly what these amendments are in Section 38 and others like them. What we're discussing here today is one of the cardinal purposes of municipal government under legislation, to provide a safe community. And let's be clear that sex work does not equal sexual exploitation. And there is a difference, I completely concur with the former speaker, between massage therapy and body rub studios, and they should be separated and distinct. Answers condemns sexual exploitation, as do I personally. It is abhorrent. But the new Section 38 and others like those throughout the bylaw are essentially trying to shut down body rub studios through the back door by removing any actual safety precautions and privacy for sex workers through draconian requirements. Providing a safe community means providing security of person and of property, and supporting our sex worker community by providing them with safe places to work is important. Continuing to provide safety by allowing them to engage in employment in a way that protects their identities is critical to supporting their personal safety. Because our society is biased and prone to moral judgments without reason, sex workers are stigmatized, assaulted, kicked out of their accommodations, spat upon, refused bank accounts, refused basic services, treated like they are invisible and worthless. That stigma and the negative action and refusal of housing and services keep sex workers in hiding in order to literally protect their lives and the lives of their families. Sex workers die when they are forced to tell others what they do for a living. The stated purpose of the revisions to this bylaw are admirable and necessary. Those include removing unnecessary barriers, reducing red tape to ensure all people and businesses have access to opportunities to thrive, prosper, and create, and streamlining regulations to ensure the city meets legislative and safety requirements. And finally, to properly address activities that are unique and challenging. I've also heard in the prior presentation that GBA Plus principles have been applied. However, Section 38, 2B, and others like it, require the disclosure of the full name of each person, birth date, pseudonyms, aliases, telephone numbers, current license numbers, and then not only are those to be held by the body rub studios, but they're to be provided to the city manager himself. No other business has these requirements. There is absolutely no justification for the conditions requiring personal details be kept and then shared with the city manager's office. It is a gross abusive process that flies in the face of the purposes of the municipality, deliberately creating an unsafe workplace and an unsafe world for all employees in the industry. Employees also already provide their pictures and aliases. What more could we possibly want, and for what purpose, other than harassment and public shaming? As someone who drafts municipal bylaws for a living and helps municipalities reduce red tape, I can say that this draft is simply not good enough. The engagement on these changes has been disappointing at best, and certainly not what I would consider active or proactive. The city sent a survey to 500 stakeholders and received only 14 responses. How does that provide a foundation for anything? Clearly, the method of engagement is a dismal failure. Additionally, the survey had absolutely nothing to do with the new conditions being implemented on studios, only with whether the bylaw was readable and understandable. So in fact, zero engagement was done on the changes to conditions. Add to that the fact that there is an EPS report on how to protect liquor establishments, but nothing on how to protect body rub studio employees whose lives will now be at risk.
Your time's up there.
In sum, these changes are not being made to reduce red tape. In fact, they increase red tape. They don't allow body rub studios to thrive. The changes create unsafe working conditions and put lives in danger.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we'll go to Roxy Red, if you've been able to join us. Roxy?
I see that they were on the meet and just left. We had reached out to them. We can just loop back maybe to them in just one moment. I think they might be having technical issues.
Okay, we'll give you a moment. If not, we'll go ahead. Please stand by.
Roxy's trying to get back in.
Thank you. Roxy, do we have you now?
You have me, thank you.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I just have to move to a room with no feedback, and then we can talk. Okay, I am a sex worker. I am employed currently after a year and a half of trying to find a job during a pandemic. I found this to be the only way I could earn a living at this time. I'm the sole support for my family, my children of 3 children. I don't think that the red tape and the additional paperwork is necessary to protect us. if the objective is to protect us. I feel that adding to amendments to the bylaw that have already been vetoed in council in past is a redundancy and a waste of time, as it's already been agreed that this is not an appropriate action. I want to read something that I published, but I won't because it will take up too much time. I'll just describe it. It's the Murdered and Missing Women Chalk for Change exhibit at City Hall 7 years ago, and naming all of the women that have been harmed either in the sex industry or because they have been sidelined and demeaned to the point where they can't even make a living, other than to put themselves in danger. When I had to return back to work and come to a body rub to do so, to make any form of living, I did it because I knew I would be safe. I wouldn't be out on track with 4 or 5 guys in a car picking me up and doing harm. I would be among my peers, and in the numbers, I would have protection. I find the security in this trade is completely lax. Anyone who does security is being hired by the job, by the car, by the ride, and there's no industry standard of our protection, and it's up to us to make it. I would hope that council would recognize that the women in this industry are independent. We work within the boundaries of the bylaws that are enforced currently, and we are trying to make it work alongside of you without further damage or harm to the women of the industry. If you could take my words into consideration, I appreciate it. I'm not a lawyer, I'm just an amateur, but that's from the heart. We need your protection, not compression. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your comments. Now we're going to Mona Foria. Mona?
Hi there. Thank you for having me. Just a note, conflators are haters. You know, I totally understand that trafficking is a nasty business. I get that. But I don't understand why conflators and abolitionists always want to put sex work, consensual sex work, in with their tiny group. And it is a small group. It's 0.5% of all sex workers are trafficked. Yes, those people absolutely need care, attention, possibly rescue. But for the rest of us, the 99.5, we are not them. Don't conflate for your cause. Just to bring attention to your cause is kind of nasty. We've jumped through all kinds of hoops. The city of Edmonton has spent oodles of money to distinguish massage from body rub. It's in our name. We're not massage. We are not therapeutic massage. We are not massage of any kind. We are body rubs. We are body rub providers. We are body rub studios. I don't see the conflation. I don't understand why the hate is there. Okay, so I've said my piece about that part. When it comes to the IDing, you've already addressed this in 2017. I'm sure Scott McKean can tell you a whole lot more because he was on the committee. 2017, you spent, oh my God, you talked to so many people to make sure that you were doing it right. And I think you did it right. We do not ID people at the doorstep because we do not wish, as Edmontonians, to push sex work underground. It's really that simple. We're trying to encourage people to come in to places that are very secure, that are very comfortable, that are respectful, and are regulated through the city, by the city, out of harm reduction. So here we are again, trying to undo all the great work at great cost and great amounts of time that's already been done before. So I don't really see the redundancy. It doesn't make sense. I object to 38, 1 and 2 for ID as well. The previous one with the ID was number 40D. So 38, 1 and 2, you want our names. I'm a body rub owner and I don't need their names. I do not need their birthdays. I'm not going to be sending them a birthday card anyway. So I don't even understand the point of this. I have in the past co-owned an escort agency back in a million years ago when you couldn't work independently. So 4 friends got together and we got an escort license, an escort agency license, and worked independently underneath it. And when we did that, I shouldn't have said 4 friends because one of the women didn't like something. I took umbrage to something I must have said or done because she outed me to a landlord. And I was in a high rise. So you know how high rises are. They're like a tiny community. Next thing you know, everybody knows I'm a sex worker. It was rather uncomfortable to say the least. It's not something I would wish upon anybody. And there are worse stories than mine because, you know, people have had their families contacted and now everybody knows in the whole family. It's just an awkward, unnecessary thing. So that's my 2 bits for the day. I see I've still got a minute left. Thank you very much for hearing me out. We say no.
Thank you very much for your comments. And last but not least, we have Lilith Answers.
Hello. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So to go back to what the lady said, this is not a time to implement your ideologies in terms of the discussion. So to answer to that, I'm not being trafficked whatsoever. I entered the industry willingly and I knew exactly what I was getting myself into. So I don't understand why the issue of the women being trafficked keeps coming up, and it's very redundant, and you're reaching for something that's not really there. I understand the difference when it comes to people mistaking massage for body rubs and massage, but that's just a lack of intelligence on the individual's part, not on the sex workers themselves. So that is not our fault on any level whatsoever. Yes, we understand that it is and can be a problem, and we do offer sympathy to that. But to conflate the two is, to be honest, unacceptable. My personal experience in working in body rubs, I've never felt more safe. I felt safe working in body rubs more than doing escort, because when I'm doing independent escorting, I'm more at risk, and there has been moments where I've almost had to defend myself, and I'm in their personal setting, but nothing too extreme has happened. So that's why I prefer working in the body rub industry. With that being said, to ID the clients, it's going to put them in a place where they're going to feel uncomfortable. They're already nervous walking into the establishment itself. So they're going, if we were to ask their IDs, they're going to walk out and never come back. So now that puts a hinder on our business and lacks the ability to make money. And Lilith actually took some words right out of my mouth, saying that it's unnecessary to have the personal information of the workers. Now, in the body rub I'm currently working at, I know the owner is never going to release my information unnecessarily, but you can't say that for everybody. Not all body rub owners have respect and are adjusted and good human beings. That's just fact. So that just puts everybody at risk. And like Lilith said, if someone were to break in, which has happened, which does happen, and then they take that information, and then what are they going to do with it? We don't know what they're going to do with it. They're going to out people without those individuals having that information. I do actually remember reading online that there's someone who is taking numbers and names from workers in the States and actually posting it online for their or sending it directly to their family and friends to out them as sex workers. So that is a big risk on the sex workers' part, because we're not comfortable outing ourselves unless we are ready to do so. So to have that just creates a new problem, not only for the body rest, but for the workers themselves. Also, if I remember distinctively hearing this, there is a notion to ID people who appear under the age of 25. Well, that is an actual rule for AGLC, and we are not bars, we are not clubs, we do not have that licensing, so that shouldn't be implemented whatsoever. And that's my piece. I know I have 40 seconds, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments, and thank you to all the speakers who are speaking on this item today on the business license bylaw review. It is at this point, if there's any questions of any of the speakers, I will invite councillors and the mayor to register at this point. Seeing none, then I think you've all been very eloquent and have given your position. Councillor Katarina, did you have questions? Okay. Sorry, I'm just checking in with those who are present. But thank you all for joining us today and sharing your thoughts with us. We really appreciate it. You're free to listen, but we are now going to turn our attention towards questions of our administration on this matter. So we will please register to ask questions of our administration. Mayor Iverson, if you have questions, please go ahead.
Yeah, I tried to request in the system there, but it's not showing up. Starting first perhaps with liquor stores, some success I gather in the pilot, but I too am curious about the perhaps leap from opt into a system for ID scan, which seems to be working for some retailers, to the notion of requiring it for all, and then also particularly the mandating of one particular vendor or solution for that, which doesn't seem particularly competitive either from a cost standpoint. But I think I'll set the sort of procurement question aside and start with the principle, particularly since we've heard from the Liquor Store Association, as well as particular retailer from Mr. Newman's comments. So I guess initially an administrative reaction. What else have you heard in the consultation from retailers about this particular measure?
Appreciate the feedback that we heard here today, and really the information is just a reflection of the issue and an opportunity to continue engagement on solutions, working with the business owners, the patrons, the industry workers, and applying a GBA lens to possible solutions. And we need to come back with this information to present it at a future committee date. But I'll just pass it over to Edmonton Police Service for any further comments to that.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so from an EPS standpoint, the focus of this is simply risk mitigation. There's a lot more behind the scenes associated to this trend than what perhaps the uneducated may come to believe. This trend is not personal consumption related. This trend is associated to an organized element, a criminal organized element that is alive and well in this city. This product, liquor specifically, and going back to Brett Newman's comments, it's just liquor at the moment. It's just liquor. It's an actual street level currency. So what we're monitoring here within the EPS is a currency that's being used to levy outstanding drug debts in the thousands of dollars, to secure accommodations and property, to be resold to both people and businesses for financial gain, and it's very lucrative. I attribute the way stores are set up right now is what we're seeing on the street. It's like a bank with an open vault policy and an expectation that those that come in will sign the piece of paper and be honest about what they took. It's very much a help yourself atmosphere right now, which is what we're trying to combat. And this whole response has been done after 3 years of analyzing offender patterns, speaking with offenders themselves on the street, and trying to address the roots of the issue. When you talked about the one vendor, much like the pawn shops, when someone exchanges property or sells property, we would be mirroring that. So we have one vendor, and the purpose of that obviously is there's so many pawn shops. From a policing standpoint, it would be very, very difficult to identify all the different vendors to get property back for the rightful owners. So what the concept here is with one vendor is for the first time we would have an entire retail network. Although competitors in the retail field, they would actually work together to identify and reduce risk. So Alcanna wouldn't need to be victimized by someone identified in Sobeys and vice versa. That would be reflected in this vendor across the board, and that would even go all the way down to Calgary. So it's kind of a lot of foresight that we've had in developing this, but that's kind of our stance on that.
Just to be super clear, Mr. Mayor, at this time, this system is not being suggested that it should be implemented across Edmonton. EPS has identified that there is an issue with liquor stores. They have proposed a solution, but at this time, administration is not supporting that this would be something that would be implemented across Edmonton for controlled entry. But we do understand that we need to engage with liquor store owners as well as the EPS to look at any future amendments to the business license bylaw in this area.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarification because I thought I'd maybe missed something based on what we had heard from the speakers, but we may want to separate the discussion a little bit and maybe refer or something, attachment for some further discussion, because I think that I appreciate that there's a challenge with sort of secondary use of stolen liquor as a kind of currency, but unlike a pawn shop where the issue is stolen merchandise being pawned in the first place, if the legal sale by the retailers is impeded and their business is imposed upon, we may need to keep chipping away at that issue unless or until there's some consensus. And I think there's some civil liberties issues there, quite honestly, too. So, but I if we're not debating that today, then I'm out of time anyway. But I really appreciate that clarification, Ms. McCabe.
Thank you, and we will go to Councillor Katarina.
Thank you.
Mute yourself.
Yeah, thank you for that. So that was a good clarification because what we heard was mandatory, and that's what the opposition was. So this is not mandatory at this point with this. So this report is a recommendation from this committee to council for 3 readings. 3 readings of what? What are you asking for 3 readings of?
The business license bylaw.
Okay. Which part of it, from what we heard today, the fee structure?
So it would be attachment 2 of the package. Oh, sorry, attachment 1 of the package.
Attachment 1. And we heard about the body rubs, and this has been a discussion that's been going on for years and years and years. So what you heard along with us, is any of that in this bylaw? Changes to provide information, personal information, and
There are some minor adjustments that have been contemplated as part of this new bylaw from what is in our current bylaw. We recognize that we may want to go back to the industry to engage further on those personal information requirements, and we are certainly committed to do so. I'll pass it to the team if there's further clarification on the specifics
yeah,
of the...
no, that's fine. So we're not considering that today as well. You're still looking to go back to the industry and to engage with them. So again, the question, so what are we recommending to council here as far as the bylaw? Because from what we've heard from all these different sectors is that you're not mandating it. You're going to go back and ask and review. So
Councillor Katarina, we are today before you is the business license bylaw, which does contain components about body rubs in it. The current business license bylaw also contains components of how to operate a body rub center in it. What we attempted to do through our engagement in the business license bylaw with the industry was take what was in the current bylaw and rewrite it into the new bylaw. Through that process, I can see from the engagement, what we've heard here today, there is a bit of confusion about how that was translated from the current bylaw to the new bylaw. It wasn't our intention to change the license requirements for the body rub center. However, there is one line in it from today's bylaw that says that the employee list, which is a requirement of running a body rub center, that the employee list be kept, can be requested by a bylaw enforcement officer. Now, through the review of everything, all of our bylaws that the city is doing, we are looking to make sure that we've got the right governance lens on them. And so the new bylaw references the city manager because that's the delegated authority is to the city manager, not to the bylaw practitioner license. However, I can understand in this industry and the sensitivity associated with operating a body rub center and the need to keep the employees safe, that might be misinterpreted or perhaps might give a larger delegated authority than was intended by administration. So my recommendation would be that we would look at that one line within the bylaw. Perhaps council could still approve the bylaw as is, and then we could come back with a revision on that one line, or perhaps we could take this offline and look at that one line and see if there's some different wording to make sure we align with the current bylaw, which was always our intention.
okay, so there's been a suggestion of 180-day by one of the speakers, sort of refer this and gather that information and deal with the industry to make sure that we understand and they understand exactly what the changes would be and if they're necessary or not. And so, Ms. McCabe, any reason that this would need to be to go through 3 readings next week? Is there some urgency in it?
So the urgency associated with this is it makes it really much easier to run a business in Edmonton. It makes it easier to get your business license bylaw. We've tried to remove a lot of red tape. We've tried to make it easier to work with. We've tried to make it that it's just generally easier to open a business in Edmonton. And so there's a lot of other things within the bylaw that have that are really important from that business-friendly lens that we want to be able to implement on January 1st. We are committed to continue to engage and refine this bylaw as we go. So that is another option, that it gets approved as is, and that one line gets reviewed and refined.
Okay, almost at a time here. Madam Chair, I don't know, this is going up to council. I'm not comfortable today recommending it, that it be accepted as is. So the thought of sending it without recommendation and letting council weigh in.
Let me have a crack at a couple questions, see what we can do.
Yeah, that's just my closing comment. Thank you.
All right. And further to that, and I guess I heard you, Ms. McCabe, reference the fact that we could take this offline and address that one line. Would you do that prior to it coming to council next week? just help me understand, because we understand, or I understand, that the value of having this go forward helps our businesses overall. But it sounds like in this one spot, we haven't got it quite right.
That's correct, Councillor. And yes, we could take this offline, refine that one line back to what it is in the current bylaw, and bring it back to council with that one revision for next week.
Okay. And at that point, it's just going to revert to the wording that you currently have, which the industry was happy with. I just want to make sure I understand that clearly.
Yes, that is our understanding from the engagement that we did with the industry.
Okay.
We can also follow up with industry representatives this week as well.
Okay, my other question is, we got a letter from the BIAs, and they expressed a concern about, I think it was, and I can't pull it up on my system right now, the inclusion of, I think, consignment stores with secondhand stores. Could you speak to that? Have we missed something there or made it difficult for an industry we hadn't intended to?
Yeah, I think the letter referred to secondhand dealers versus consignment shops. So the secondhand dealer category includes any business that receives, buys, or sells secondhand goods. And I'll just pass it to the team to provide some clarity on the difference there.
Good morning. This is YC Ramirez. So the referring to the secondhand stores and connection to the pawn stores, there's less stringent requirements that we would have for secondhand store. However, in our engagement with Edmonton Police Service, it was recommended that we keep some of the requirements in play to ensure that the exchange of goods is within I guess, outside of any criminal or illegal lines. That being said, with the new bylaw that we have, we will be able to take a look at some exemptions, work more closely with industry and BIAs to identify the challenges and resolve some of the concerns that they may have with specific items.
So, Ms. McCabe, hearing that, if we were able to recommend this up with the changes to the prior wording under the body rub section, the concern regarding the consignment stores that were the secondhand that was expressed through the BIAs would continue to be worked on through an exemption. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly.
That's correct.
We want to capture, where we've made a, in our intentions might have missed something.
That's correct.
All right. So I am happy to move that. I don't see any other speakers from anyone else. Nothing's on, I can't see the board. Is there anyone else?
There's no one currently on the board.
Okay. So I'm just looking at my colleagues. If we were able to move it with the change to the previous wording, do we have wording to say that?
It'd be in section 38C of attachment 1, be revised to the current wording in the business bylaw, which is 34B.
And that addresses what we heard today, but I also heard a commitment for you to work with the industry prior to next week to make sure we've got it right. Is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm happy to move that. Mayor Iveson wants to speak to that as well.
Well, just as a process suggestion that, and we bumped into something like this kind of yesterday, if we take a couple of minutes just to allow administration to pull the wording, and then we could actually make an amendment to it that addresses that. And then if there's some subsequent direction to further engage and empower and direct administration to bring any additional wording adjustments, then we can still give it a recommendation, but then also invite any further adjustments that come beyond the amendment, which, again, if we take a few minutes, we can write that up. So also I need to use the washroom, and because we don't have any flex on quorum, it's self-serving at this point. So if we my suggestion would be quick recess, then we can write it up and tidy it up.
So we are going to take a short recess in order for us to come up with some new wording. So at this point, we are in recess for 8 minutes. Welcome back. We do have some wording to help us move forward. Madam Clerk, could you put up the wording for us? I'm happy to read it unless someone else wants to. I don't care. Okay, Councilor Caterina is happy to move this. I defer to him. If you'd read it in.
Yeah, I'll move this and read it in. My screen is down here again. I'm just going to move it as worded in on the screen.
Shall I read that for you so people know who are listening at home? The Urban Planning Committee recommends to Council that, number one, that Section 38C of Attachment 1 of Bylaw 20002 be replaced with the following: produce the employee list set out in the Clause A when requested to do so by a bylaw enforcement officer. And number two, that Bylaw 20002 as amended be given the appropriate readings. Did you want to speak to it, Councilor Caterina?
No, as you stated, sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm just trying to get my screen back up here.
Hi.
Hello, this is the time for council to weigh in on the motion. It's not a time for our speakers outside of council to speak. So if you could just hang tight there while we discuss this. I'm happy to speak to this at this point. I think this really takes us back to the original wording of the previous bylaw. Is that right, Ms. McCabe? In this one section. It wasn't an intent to make a change. It was an intent to align it, and this will do that right now.
That is correct. That's what this amendment does. We think when we do engage with the industry, we probably will hear that there would like other additional changes in the business license bylaw, but I would recommend that that is a separate piece of work that we have been doing with Citizen Services in terms of the recommendations associated with how to safely operate a body rub center in Edmonton.
Okay, so just I want to make sure as we go forward that the concern about, from the liquor stores about mandating the ID scan, that's a future discussion for future work. That's not in this bylaw.
That's correct.
This takes the wording back to the original bylaw, which the industry had agreed to at the time, but you're going to do further engagement.
That's correct.
And the concern from the BIAs, you are going to work with them to see if there's additional wording required around secondhand stores, actually understand their concern.
Yes.
Okay, I'm happy to support this knowing that, because I think you said there's a decrease in 1.4 million to business license. We're going to see it decrease, but we're going to see it increase, or what's the right word, to be able to facilitate license quickly.
It'll be much easier, yes.
Okay, happy to do that. Mayor Iveson, and then Councillor Caterina to close.
Thank you. I think, you know, we've grappled with this many, many times over the years, particularly the issues around body rub regulation. And I can't say I'm more comfortable with it with the passage of time, but it is something that that we continue to have to grapple with and make a distinction. I appreciate Ms. Kassur's arguments earlier about the challenge in association and trying to establish a distinct category for therapeutic activity from this other activity that we have concluded every time we look at it requires some regulation, and it's a very, very delicate thing to try to figure out how, from a harm reduction standpoint, to regulate it in the context of a patchwork of legal and moral questions at the federal and provincial and municipal level. So I'm not surprised that we haven't cracked it here today. And that wasn't the primary purpose of this bylaw review. And so I think going back to the default wording for now given what we've heard today about some of the privacy and civil liberties concerns that have arisen from workers in the industry, is fair. I think it's an ongoing piece of work. But I am very sympathetic to the instinct administration had to try to combat trafficking in this industry, and so I think that's got to be a continued focus as well. So lots of, I would say, complexity to that, and there continues to be complexity in that. But I don't want to lose the fact that what administration has brought forward here for all categories of business is a significant degree of streamlining and user friendliness. First, for business owners to come in and be able to work with the city to get the permits they need to safely operate in compliance with our bylaws and with expectations of our community across many different categories of business. And that costs have been reduced, that applications have been streamlined, that the categories are now more flexible to the changing needs of business, multi-year options to just reduce the amount of churn and interaction with the city. All these things are substantial improvements in conditions for businesses of all categories. And so I want to congratulate administration for their work, thank the business community for their advice in this. I think this is a substantial improvement in conditions for business, and notwithstanding that there's always room for improvement in these other areas and complex factors to consider when it comes to complex uses, including liquor stores and cannabis retail and other things. You know, a considerable amount of work has gone into that and will continue to go into that as we work with the police and industry associations to try to deal with safety and compliance issues in those categories of business. But overall here, for all categories, including those, I think this business license bylaw revision, or really renewal, I think it's, not quite from scratch, but certainly a massive overhaul and an excellent piece of work that aligns with the city plan and aligns with our economic development goals and aligns with the city's strategic plan and Connect Edmonton. And most of all, will make doing business with the city of Edmonton easier for license applicants and entrepreneurs, and that's a very good thing. So I'm happy that we're able to send it up, hopefully with a strong recommendation today, and that council will be able to move forward with it and have it in place for business owners to work towards with implementation early in the new year. So well done, happy to support it, and thanks.
Councillor Katarina to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I totally agree with Mayor Iveson on this. Overall, this is a really good for all categories of business, and that reduction of red tape that we refer to all the time, and streamlining and simplifying is terrific. Certainly there's a couple of nuances that have come forward. Clarification on liquor store being mandated. That was very helpful clarification. I think there was a misunderstanding from the industry that it was going to be mandated, or that was the recommendation on there. For the body rub and that, and I concur with Mayor Iveson, this has been a long discussion that comes up many times. It's certainly difficult, moral implications and legal implications, all those sorts of things, and I'm glad to see that the administration will go back and deal with the industry and hopefully get some further understanding from them of what they need. The distinction between massage and body rub certainly needs to be worked out, definitions of that, and whether that can fit into this new licensing bylaw, where there's some work to be done there. I think is going to be beneficial. So at this point, I'm pleased to support this with the amendments that have been made today, and recommending to council to support the readings on this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the vote. Please vote.
It's a yes for me, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina.
It's a yes for me as well. Oh, there it comes.
Thank you, Councillor Singer. We're just waiting on one more vote. Oh, we seem to have got it now. We have 3 votes. Thank you.
And display the vote. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So that concludes item 6.2. 6.3 and 6.4 are time specific for 1:30, so we only have 6.5 left this morning. There is no presentation, it's just information, correct?
That's correct, or we have some short opening comments if you'd like them.
Certainly. We'll take those short opening comments and then
Just going to give Mr. Schneider a moment to sit down.
go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. My name is Kent Snyder. I'm the branch manager of Planning and Environment Services. And I have a simple, short introduction that will set the stage for this report. And we have a number of staff from a couple of departments that will be able to provide answers to your questions. So administration is here to present a report in response to a motion made at the March 2nd, 2021 Urban Planning Committee meeting. This report before you provides information on how park development is currently prioritized in Edmonton and presents options for applying an equity analysis that can be used on future prioritization of park funding. This analysis would also consider phased park development in instances where land assembly remains incomplete. The approach detailed in our report are intended to ensure an equitable distribution of capital funding across Edmonton's developing neighborhoods. They will also help advance the Greener as We Grow big city move in the city plan. And so as I stated in the opening, we do have a number of staff that are on the line and available to try to address questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will jump in. I selected this item. This came out of an inquiry out of my area. My question is, you talked about the unassembled pieces, because I think that's the challenge that some areas face where the land is, they're anticipating a park, it hasn't been assembled for a variety of reasons. But if I read the report or understand it correctly, we're now going to look at perhaps we can do a phased approach in some of those unique circumstances based on an equity lens. Do I have that correct?
Yes, Councillor, that is correct. There are trade-offs and risks to that approach that would need to be considered and mitigated, but that is a new approach that administration would look to employ.
Okay, and I appreciate that because there is some of those circumstances where we've been waiting many, many years and it's just not happening, but some green space would be appreciated. My other question is, and I certainly support going that way, is how do we communicate to our public this? Because one of the challenges I've heard, and people just say they keep getting the same answer, it's not assembled, so they're not going to have any park in the near future. How do we communicate other options to people, or how we do that? Because they're just frustrated.
Yes, Councillor. So I'll give a short answer and then I'll ask Director Butterfield, who's on the line, to provide a more robust response. But city building is a long game. It takes time. It's not overnight. We don't move into complete neighborhoods day one. And so this is not dissimilar to when is a road is going to be complete, when is a facility going to be complete. So city building is a long-term game. But that doesn't mean residents don't have frustration or questions or deserve responses of when we think those elements or infrastructure would be complete. So perhaps now I'll ask Director Butterfield to provide a little more detail to that response.
Sure, thanks, Kent. I'm happy to add a little bit of context. So there is a list available through the CIO that will outline what are the prioritized areas that have received funding. We haven't in the past taken the approach of listing all of the parks within plan areas, so ASPs and NSPs that are not funded, but that's something we could consider. I'll also note that one of the things we're working on in the department is a definition and policy around substantial completion of neighborhoods, so that we can start to evaluate whether development areas are complete, and we know parks are a gap in the completion of existing neighborhoods before we move on to new development areas. So there are some things we're looking at to try to troubleshoot this and do better aside from the approach that is directly within the report.
And just further to that, my question is around how do we manage those resources until they are funded? Because right now I see some of those areas are large grass fields and the grasses get very long. Do we take care of them in some way while we're in that assembly process, or do we just let them be naturalized until we are ready to do a park?
So I'll take that one as well. I would say the answer depends. If the land is actually within the city's inventory, then of course our operations staff would ensure that a base level of service is provided. If the land has not transitioned to city ownership and still remaining in private ownership, then it's a bit of a different conversation.
Okay. But using these new lands, we should be able to tell people kind of where we're at, and because right now when they get the answer, it's unassembled, it's not funded, we don't know when it's going to happen, and they've been living there 10 years, they just get frustrated. So we're going to be able to say we can consider some other options in some of those unique circumstances, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I mean, that's what I hear. We just want to be able to communicate really clearly to people and give them some hope. Perhaps there's a partial park down the road if we can do that. All right, those are my questions. See no one else, let us move to receive this for information. Please vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. Vote's just coming now. Apologies, the system isn't cooperating. Would you mind doing a roll call vote?
Certainly. I'm a yes. We heard Councillor Katarina. Mayor Abison?
Aye.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
So display the vote. I think we've heard that's unanimous. Thank you. That item is concluded. So we are in recess until 1:30. Thank you very much. We can start. Welcome back to Urban Planning Committee. I'll start with roll call. Councillor Katarina.
I'm here, Madam Chair.
Councillor Henderson.
I am here.
And Councillor Banga. I did not hear from him, so I assume he's not able to join us at this point. Are we joined by any others? I don't see anyone right now. Regardless, we have enough to continue. So let's go back. We are now at item 6.3, followed by 6.4, and the Edmonton Transit Advisory Board report. I'm not sure who was making the speaker, that presentation.
I believe we have Etseb on the line.
Yes.
Etseb,
yeah, it'll
please.
be both myself, Lindsay, and Charlie presenting.
Okay, please go ahead. You have the floor.
Great. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to present our report to you today. My name is Lindsay Vanstone, and I'm the current chair of the ETS Advisory Board at ETSAB. And with me today is Charles Kelly, the former chair of ETSAB and the lead on the subcommittee about vulnerable transit users. Next slide, please. So in 2019, ETSAB members established a subcommittee to review the use of transit by vulnerable members of the public. We know that the City of Edmonton has already made significant progress towards serving vulnerable transit users through DATS and corporate accessibility policies, with a particular focus on people with mental and physical disabilities. Considering this progress, we thought about some of our own experiences and the experiences of people we know, and this prompted us to consider a broader definition when thinking about vulnerable transit users. So when I first moved to Edmonton, I didn't have a car and I wanted to take transit, but I didn't know where to buy a transit pass or whether I could pay using a credit card at a station. And I didn't know what signage to look for to find LRT entrances or bus stops, as well as many other things that are specific to ETS. So it took me some time to learn to use the system and feel comfortable. And I am an English speaker with a lot of experience taking transit in other cities. Now imagine if I'm a senior who has driven their whole life, but can't any longer. And so now they must learn to take transit to get around. Or if I've just moved to Edmonton from another country, don't have a car, and have a limited grasp of English. So knowing that there are challenges for generally transit-savvy people to get used to Edmonton's system, this subcommittee wanted to look at what more vulnerable groups may struggle to use transit, or who may be unintentionally prevented from using it. So there are many potentially vulnerable groups we could have looked into, but to narrow our focus, our 5-member subcommittee chose to focus in particular on seniors, newcomers to Edmonton, post-secondary students, visually impaired people, and Indigenous people. And the subcommittee's goal was to look for strategies to help members of these communities overcome challenges they face when using transit. Next slide, please. So during this presentation, we'll first share with the committee a review of what other comparable cities are doing to support vulnerable users, before then focusing on what we discovered in our consultations with various Edmonton-based organizations. And then we'll present the recommendations that surfaced from engaging people in this broader definition of vulnerable transit user. So now I'll pass it over to Charlie.
Thank you, Lindsay. We'll have the next slide, please. The first jurisdiction about which we became aware regarding this type of a program was Regina. We have to give credit where credit is due. It was because of their program that stimulated us to look into this whole concept of vulnerable populations and their access to transit. A few years ago at the Canadian Union of Transit Association, the Regina program made a report about what they were doing. It is a fairly small program, but we were really interested in the fact that it was a peer-to-peer program where they took people who have disabilities they matched them up with someone of similar disability who had been trained in informing, who was a transit user, but also got further information about all aspects of using the transit system. And these people were paired up until the new potential user felt comfortable using the system. It was a fairly small program, it was being introduced, but we thought, you know, sounds to us like a really good idea. Maybe we should look into that and see if anybody else was doing anything like it or doing something similar but different, see what we could learn and what we could possibly put our heads together and recommend. We understand Calgary has a similar fairly small program to that of Regina. One of the other ones we came across was a program in York Region, where what they did was they took old bus parts and constructed a bus essentially in one of the garages, and they used that as an education tool, particularly for people who had mobility issues. And they brought them in and they taught them how to get on and off the bus, how to navigate the system, as well as educate them about all the other aspects of the system. And we thought, wow, this is a really good idea. And you may notice that it's not included in our recommendations. The reason why it's not included is I happened to be speaking to Carrie Houghton MacDonald when we were looking into this issue, and she too was very enthusiastic about it. She'd been aware of it, and she had let us know that ETS are actually planning on constructing something similar whenever they get garage expansion and they have space in which to do it. So now that Carrie is the branch manager, I'm sure her enthusiasm for the concept hasn't waned, and we can look forward to this being introduced in the future. I think it's a great idea, even with a peer-to-peer situation for people who are fairly new to having mobility challenges. I can see this as a much better solution than just taking them out and helping them on a bus and navigating the system. At this stage, they probably need a lot more time and a lot less pressure from other passengers who may be getting a little impatient at them approaching more slowly. So we're really enthusiastic about this and so pleased that ETS administration are on side with this. The other aspect of the York Region program is once in a while they will take a group of eighth grade students, put them on a bus and teach them how to get on and off and talk to them about the use of the transit system in an effort to try to introduce them to that. I'll speak a little bit more about that in due course. And can we have the next slide, please? So stakeholder consultation here in Edmonton, we looked, as Lindsay pointed out, at a few of the groups that we were looking at. One was the visually impaired. That is proving not to be an issue that we need concern ourselves with, because the CNIB over the years has been very good at this as part of their rehabilitation for people who are visually impaired, or especially those who are newly visually impaired. Their whole program of orientating these people to community in general does include the use of transit, because of course these people very often don't have much choice, as I know from my own experience. So the use of transit is really important. CNIB recognizes this, and they have this program, which is currently conducted via a third party, but nonetheless a good comprehensive program for the visually impaired. The Aboriginal community, again, there's many in the Aboriginal community are often new to Edmonton. And one of the organizations we got hold of was the Bent Arrow Traditional Healing Society, where we spoke to Mr. Robbie Caboni. Mr. Caboni is the Newmantown supervisor, and he too is aware of the need for his community to be conversant with the use of transit. And they do a one-on-one support idea in order to introduce these people to the system. We did ask him if he was okay with what they were doing, or would they benefit from any further education or support. And he felt that they were quite confident that the program that they were offering seemed to be going very well, and they're pleased to continue with it. So that's great. Lindsay mentioned the seniors idea, and we really look at this as being very important because we know that as we age, various body systems don't work as well as they used to. And quite frequently, this means in the loss of driving capability for many in this age group. For people who have, for their entire lives, never thought of a transit system, never been on a bus, or have rarely been on a bus, this is quite a transition. I mean, it's difficult enough telling someone after all these years that, no, look, I'm sorry, you can't drive anymore. They feel very lost. Their total independence is gone. They feel out of touch, out of contact, and really quite isolated. So, but if we can get a sort of a peer-to-peer group where these people can be gradually at their own rate be introduced to the use of the transit system, to be shown that yes, you can get around Edmonton quite well as long as you learn how to use the system properly. And quite often, hopefully, this peer support will include people who have gone through exactly the same thing as they have. So I think for that population, it's going to be really quite important. We did contact Rosalie Gelderman from the seniors organization, and she was quite keen on the idea. And we asked her if she felt that the various seniors organizations around the city, the senior centers, etc., would they be interested in this type of program? If, for example, ETS was able to provide an education to the people the volunteers who would be teaching the people how to use the system. She felt that there would be several of the seniors organizations, the senior centers, who would be quite keen to take advantage of a situation like that. One of the other groups that we, again, Lindsay mentioned, was the post-secondary students. We know that these people usually have a UPass, so they have access to the transit system, but many of them come from different parts of the country, for example, from rural areas, maybe not familiar with large urban environments, and particularly the transit system. Many come from overseas as well. Again, may not be conversant with the system. So if what we had hoped to do, well, unfortunately we couldn't because of the pandemic, everything was closed down. We had hoped to get hold of the student union leaders to see if they would be interested in adopting a program like this for the newcomers to their universities who weren't terribly conversant with the transit system to run through a program like this. So we don't yet know the answer to that, but hopefully we could find that out fairly soon, since the universities and colleges will be reopening, I believe, in September. So that may be another option for there. The other group, very important again, as Lindsay mentioned, are newcomers to Edmonton, because Edmonton has always welcomed newcomers, many from different parts of the country, again, some from parts of the country that aren't used to a major city transit system, but very, very many from countries outside Canada, many of whom don't speak the language. The environment is quite unfamiliar and probably to a degree intimidating initially. We contacted some of the newcomer organizations. There are many in Edmonton. Obviously, they're the larger ones like the Mennonite Center and the Catholic Social Services, all of whom would be, both of whom would be keen to get involved in a program like this. But there are many smaller newcomer organizations, more ethnically driven, welcoming the people from their own types of communities. We look on this as being really important too, because we'd be able to have people who speak their own language, know their own culture, introducing these folks to the transit system. So there are many of these organizations who, again, would be willing to get involved with a situation like this. So the benefits, for the most part, obviously it's important to help these more vulnerable populations, allow them to be introduced to the use of the transit system. For example, the newcomers, get them feeling a lot more comfortable about the city and about getting around the city, so therefore functioning, being able to go and get to their shopping, to their schools, to their meetings, to their social contacts, etc. For seniors, introducing them to the idea that you don't have to be isolated because you've lost your driver's license. I know that that's only one aspect of it, but it can go an awful long way. The peer-to-peer idea, again, as I mentioned, it's just so you're more comfortable learning from people who have similar background, who in many cases will speak the same language, have gone through the same experiences. That would be quite welcoming. The benefit to the city as a whole and to ETS. I mean, if we get more of these people more comfortable using the transit system, starting to use it, of course, is going to increase ridership, which is important to ETS and to the city as a whole. You'll notice from our recommendations, we selected a fairly small group. In fact, we're recommending it to be introduced for essentially for seniors and for newcomers. And that is not an indication that we don't think it's important for some of the other groups that we mentioned, but we thought it would be a good place to as a starting point. We don't want to look at this program as a pilot project, because pilot project often suggests we'll do it for a couple of years and see how it goes, and if it's okay, we might expand it. No, we look at this as the first step in what we would hope to be a permanent program that will be expanded in the very near future to include a lot more of these groups as well. So hopefully it will be a stepping stone, a good introduction, and with that, we'll look at the recommendations, and I think Lindsay's going to talk to us about that.
Thank you, Charlie. Next slide, please. So based on our findings, we do believe that a peer-delivered program specific to using Edmonton's transit system would have a positive impact on many members of vulnerable communities. Potential transit users will be more relaxed and receptive to the information from people of similar backgrounds and experiences, and the training and guidance can be presented when the need arises. So we recommend that ETS sets up a training course for community volunteers, so representatives from seniors and newcomers organizations can be fully versed in the use of ETS services so that they can confidently convey the information to their clients. The program should include information on all aspects of the ETS service, including trip planning, getting on and off the bus or the LRT, or now the on-demand system, the fare options and how to buy them, as well as information on fare subsidy programs. Next slide, please. We also recommend that the trainers and students in this program should not be charged for the use of the service while participating in the program and learning how to use transit. And finally, once the program is established, it could be expanded to include other groups and organizations who serve vulnerable populations beyond what we've brought up in this report. Next slide, please. So finally, here are some of the organizations that have expressed an interest in assisting with the suggested type of peer-to-peer program, as well as some that were recommended for us to reach out to as well, who might be interested. Next slide, please. So thank you, councillors, for your time, and we'll take any questions.
Well, thank you very much for your report and for your presentation. I'll now open it up if there are any questions for councillors for you. Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, thank you for this, because I think it makes an awful lot of sense. So if I understand the gist of what you're asking for, there are some areas where we're already doing good work around this, but there are some areas where I think if we could use volunteers to train up and make resources available to them, we could probably expand to some other groups that your research shows could use the help. Is that a fair description?
Yes, there are some groups who are essentially doing it independently, like the CNIB and the Aboriginal community. What we were looking at were for some of these other organizations who have expressed an interest for ETS to set up a program to instruct the instructors, if you like. So these people, these volunteers can go out and pass it on as the need arises on a one-to-one basis.
Yeah, and then to make sure they're not out of pocket for doing the work.
Very definitely, yes.
Yeah, okay. Was there? I'm wondering, with the two groups that are already doing something similar to this, was there any synergy in being able to link through to them and the people that they already have, or do you see? Are they very specific? They're very specific to their particular clients, I suspect, in terms of the needs and the training. It would be different training for each one of these groups, one presumes. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I know for a fact that the CNIB have been doing this for decades. I mean, it's part of their rehab program, has been forever.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any coordination specifically with ETS admin. The Aboriginal community, I get the impression too that they, it was their own initiative as part of their introducing newcomers to the city.
I'm interested. Did you have a chance? I'm sorry, I've missed this, and you mentioned it. To talk to any of the groups that are working with newcomers? You know, Mennonite Center for Newcomers, or I think Catholic Social Services has some programs for newcomers. There are a number of organizations that are out there, multicultural health brokers. You know, that are any of them doing anything like this yet, or did you get a chance to talk to them about it?
Yeah, and the feedback we got on that actually was there were some very well-meaning volunteers who were trying as best they could, but they themselves weren't as conversant with the system as they might have been. And we thought, therefore, that this style of a program would fulfill their needs much more efficiently.
Perfect. Great. Good. Well, thank you very much for the work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I understand Councillor Banga has joined us and has some questions. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. Sorry, my appointment took a little bit too long. Just a few questions in regards to what ETSAB, I guess, found out. The 5 topics that were discussed, I know there is always sort of, you know, to gain what percentage of ridership, what kind of resources you put in. So especially in the case of newcomers, is it still out there that these newcomers do not know the transit system? Is that...
They have, yes, they very often have difficulty learning it. And as I just mentioned, a lot of these organizations do try to help them in that regard, but the people who are helping them aren't as well aware of the system as they might be themselves. So the reason we thought of this type of a program would be to take these very well-meaning volunteers and give them a lot more information that they can pass on to their respective clients, and make that integration into familiarizing them with the system a lot more effective and more efficient.
Okay. Couldn't, I mean, these groups, they meet either in the religious capacity or social capacity at a lot of places, rather than us finding them in their individual. Is it possible that we can somehow engage with these folks at those functions?
Well, the whole idea is to definitely to engage with these people where they are, and for efficiency's sake, our idea of recommending that administration bring them together to give them the education required just makes it a lot more efficient for administration. It gives a larger group for questions and discussion and exchange of information. And with that, it should work a good deal more efficiently. If we were to look at every single group and, as you suggest, meet them in their various social or religious environments, that would take a lot of legwork on behalf of ETS administration to pass the information to one small group at a time.
Okay. When you said one-on-one, what do you exactly mean? Like what is the actual mechanics behind it?
For example, if I were a newcomer of a particular part of the country, I would what would happen is somebody in that same community would be one of the volunteers, and he or she would join me, take me on sit down and talk to me about how the transit system works, where I get my fare, how I get to the bus stop, getting on and off the bus, finding my way, going through the trip planning, the sort of expectations of behavior on buses, etc. The whole gamut of using the transit system. But it would be on a one-on-one basis. The volunteer would be taking me as often as was necessary until I became comfortable in the use of the system.
So these volunteers, of course, they're going to be from the community.
Yes.
And do they connect with advisory board and you folks, or do they contact the city administration? How would that?
No, how it would work would be the volunteers initially would gather and receive their instructions and their information from ETS administration. They would make sure that all these volunteers knew the system well enough themselves so that they can go out there to their various communities and feel comfortable in passing on the information and providing instruction for their clients.
Okay, and so again, that would be a lot of resources from the administration to work on that. Would it be?
Well, I think we've minimized the amount of time and effort that would be required by ETS administration if they were to do this, say, once a year, for example, for the volunteers who were going to administer the programs. I think it would be a lot less onerous on ETS to do it that way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Banga. I do not see anyone else with questions for ETSAB. Thank you very much for the presentation. I will take a motion to receive this report for information at this time.
Happy to move that.
Councillor Henderson by a hair, so please vote.
I probably have to renew.
Just waiting for Councillor Katarina's vote.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
And display the vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. And now we're going to turn our attention to administration. They have a report on the response. Did you have opening comments that you wanted to make?
Yes, Madam Chairperson. We do have some opening comments. So this afternoon with us on the line, we also have Sarah Feldman, our Director of Business Integration, and Paul Schmold with our DAT services. And with me in person is Carrie Houghton McDonald, our Branch Manager for Transit. So we are here this afternoon with thanks to ETSAB for providing the recommendations on the opportunities to improve service for vulnerable users of transit. Again, we don't have a formal presentation, but we do have a few opening remarks and look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Overall, we agree with all of the recommendations that ETSAB has provided, and the work that is underway is aligned with their recommendations. So specifically, we are currently working on plans related to increasing the travel training capacity in ETS, which includes adding in-person training infrastructure in one of our garages to allow us to have hands-on opportunity to train riders on how to use transit. We would also use this facility to conduct tours and walkthroughs of the customer journey. This approach is used in other transit agencies and has had good results. In addition, we are also exploring how to better engage community groups in the training process. And we feel a community-based approach to support riders to learn how to use transit is helpful and will allow us to reach more potential riders. We're also in the process of implementing recommendations from a program and service review which was conducted in 2019, including providing more training to DATS users to allow them to access and travel using also conventional bus and LRT service. Overall, again, we'd like to thank ETSAB for highlighting the diverse needs of Edmontonians and delivering recommendations that will allow us to improve access to transit for the citizens of Edmonton. And with that, we're pleased to take any questions that committee may have.
Well, thank you very much for those remarks. Now, Councillor Henderson, you selected this item.
I
you
did in
wanna-
part because I knew there was a presentation. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think there's some really interesting suggestions here. I mean, I understand in some ways we're doing this already, but you know, how do you see this then sort of moving forward and being able to sort of follow up on this? And are there any pitfalls to it, I suppose, as well, from your point of view?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. On our side, we're going to take the recommendations, kind of map it together with the program and service review, the DATS action plan that we already have in progress. And then again, it's about enhancing the travel training that we do. So I think they're great opportunities, and we're going to let the team kind of take it, put it all together, and then we'll reach out to the respective groups.
You know, it strikes me that the model that we're looking at here is probably a little bit new to transit, but we've used in other parts of the city. It's very similar to what we did with the Master Composter program, for instance, which was very much about training volunteers to go out there and do the work. It does take some commitment from us. We have to do the training, but it's been a huge benefit in being able to move forward programs. So, you know, I don't know if there's those kind of similar models already exist in transit anywhere, or if not, why they couldn't.
I agree. The train the trainer approach is what we use with CUDA. So they actually train us on how to deliver the industry standard program. So it's perfectly aligned, and adopting that type of approach, I think, makes good sense for us as well.
Do you see other opportunities here that beyond what's here? I mean, you know, with DATS, I think it's self-explanatory. I understand the DATS piece has always been happening. I think it's in the nature of DATS, but you know, other opportunities that we would have here, and I suppose it's one thing to create the trainers, but it's also making sure that they then have the resources to connect out to the people who need being trained and creating those kind of things. So any thoughts on what role, who would play that role? Because I think this is more than just about training trainers. It's also about connecting them into.
Agreed. So we have an accessible transit coordinator on staff. We're looking at adding a second. And I think this is perfectly aligned with the intent of that position. She's fabulous at what she does, but there's much more that could be done.
Yeah.
So that's one part of it. The other part is we had a program evaluation of our Ride Transit program that had recommendations about improving access and understanding of the faring programs. So again, all of these things are lining up perfectly to work together and removing barriers. We've got the anti-racism review that's underway, looking at low-income programs that we offer as well. So there's lots of good community outreach and support we can add.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there any, you know, and maybe this might be, you know, support from another department, but the kind of, it strikes me for this to be truly effective, particularly with the newcomer piece, that having connections and liaisons with some of the groups that are already out there supporting, you know, people that are new to our city may be really critical to making it work. I suspect that those kind of connections exist in other parts of the city, and I'm wondering if there's been any thought to kind of linking and making sure that because there may be, you know, as with CNIB, as with Indigenous supports, there are groups out there that might well just need a little bit of support and help in being able to make this go, and that kind of liaison, I suspect, is going to be pretty critical to make it work. Seniors groups the same, quite frankly. Is that something you've looked at?
Absolutely. So we have some of those relationships already. So through End Poverty Edmonton, as an example, we connected with a lot of the groups through our social development branch partners. We're together on a lot of these files. So I agree with you 100%. I think we have some good relationships and opportunities to build some more.
Great, good. Well, I think this is a fabulous idea, and I'm glad to hear it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Banga.
Thank you. Just same kind of questions. I just wanted to know, do we have an idea about what kind of resources it's going to take? Or are we going to figure that out yet?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. So we have existing resources that are going to work on this. We already have plans. We're converting a vacant position likely to increase our travel training capabilities, but there's no need for any additional resources or anything new on our end.
So you're not going to be coming back to us with a budget ask in the near future?
I promise we will not.
Okay. And just stakeholders, I guess, getting them involved somehow. You mentioned End Poverty. and I believe you also offered the name of Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. And how hard would it be to spread the word, especially the new immigrants? They all have their gathering places, and if somehow that can be translated into whatever language they have, there are only, I think, 5 or 6 languages that could benefit us pretty well, and we can leave those brochures there at those places. I'm going to give an example of there are 5 Sikh Gurdwaras in Edmonton, and you leave brochures there, and at least 500 people daily on Saturdays and Sundays anyway. So there a lot of population can be reached through that, and similarly with the mosques and other religious gathering places. So are we trying to kind of get them into, are we going to approach them first?
So I think that's a great suggestion. We did a little bit of that in the bus network redesign, and perhaps Sarah wants to chime in on that piece. I think it's a great idea as we move forward to look for those opportunities, but I'll turn it over to Ms. Feldman.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We did make a lot of those connections with community organizations in the network redesign this spring through that accessible transit coordinator who Ms. McDonald mentioned before, particularly the Mennonite Center and Catholic Social Services and some of those other broader organizations that work with newcomers. But your suggestion around working with different institutions, religious institutions and others to expand that in the future is a great suggestion, and we'll take that away.
Okay, and in the same thread, I think people who are probably pretty well in tune to those cultures and gatherings and whatnot, they may be beneficial. I'm talking about counselors or people from the counselor's office, especially my office, and we'll be able to help in any way possible if we are provided with that information.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That sounds great.
Thank you. And Councillor Esslinger is next.
Then I'll come to you to receive for information, if that's all right. I just really appreciate this report and where you're going. I guess one of my questions I had was using a gender equity lens, how does that impact this work? Because there'll be some people that have different intersectional, they might be a woman, they might be a newcomer, they might have some accessibility issues. How do you see that all working together?
Thank you, Councillor. That's a great question. I think from our perspective, the work we're doing, it starts with that. So being able to prioritize and sequence the work based on those needs. So taking that approach of looking at it with a GBA Plus process in mind, that'll help guide us in terms of that action plan. So when the team is taking all of those different components together to integrate it into a plan, that'll be front and center in terms of prioritizing the work.
And as part of the training, are you considering talking about safety and some of the safety measures you've put in place, like Transit Watch? Some of them may not be aware of what options, what supports we do have in place for them.
Absolutely. So our customer research is showing that all of the safety-related improvements are one of the critical drivers for ridership. So absolutely, that's part of the education approach, is helping people understand the features and options that are available to support them in the transit journey overall. So not just while they're on board, but throughout the entire journey. So that's a big important part of this for sure.
Great. And my last question is really around students, because we see this as increasing ridership, and we do have a number of school specials out there. Do we have a program? EDSAB mentioned that they had looked at one, but it's not one of the recommendations. But I was curious, do we have a program to train students, as they start using transit?
Yes, thank you for that. So we partner with Communications and Engagement and do school outreach. So they go in, I believe it's twice a year, directly with the students. I think there's
fantastic opportunities to improve that and do even more. Because I think if we train people at that age, they're likely to become, a longer-term transit user. But that's definitely something we currently do, and I think we can enhance it even more.
I was just thinking with your new facility, that might be an opportunity to help them understand.
For sure, and that's what other agencies have done. So they'll guide user groups through, be able to show them how to navigate using the bus facility and all of those different tools that we have available.
Great, I could just see this being able to be expanded to many groups as you hone it and get it down to a science. So thank you very much. I see no further questions, so I'm going to ask Councillor Banga if he'll move receipt of information.
Even though it has been a while, I'll move it. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. Please vote. Doesn't want it? Doesn't want to take it?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Katarina. We have all the votes.
And display the vote, please. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing. We appreciate that work each and every day. And that concludes our agenda for the day. I will be remiss if I don't ask for notices of motion or councillor inquiries. None. I have not been notified. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you all.